Hey folks, this is Tully and welcome to Let's Work on Some Game Dev. Last time we left off with Game Dev, we had been working on figuring out how to work with ProBuilder in order to kind of gray box a level in 3D. That was pretty slow. I've been playing with it a bit more, as you can see, and I've learned a couple more techniques that definitely improve the workflow. Being able to select a face and then extrude, I found, is actually one of the easiest ways to build geometry, whereas when we were on stream last time I was creating a lot of individual cubes, but it's actually a lot easier to just build everything out of one piece. You can see by the orange outline all of this is actually one set of geometry that I've basically extruded out multiple times. So I'll show that probably at some point today, but the main thing we're looking at is around saving stuff. So stream's gonna be pretty chill. I'm not gonna go too crazy with stuff. Mostly just gonna be hanging out and working through some problems that I have. Mainly these enemies right now, if we walk up to them, they are functional. I've spent the last couple weeks working on some systems for them. We can see if I go into scene view that they have a view arc that they are shooting out in front of them. They're checking kind of a distance to see if we're within that radius. If we go window in window, you can see that there are points that he is patrolling to, and then if we get inside of his vision, he's going to come after me. And right now when he touches me, he basically returns to the purple dot. May not have been able to see that, it was pretty quick, but he essentially has a point where he remembers where he was, and he tries to go back to that spot before continuing his patrol. In reality, I would like it that he actually triggers a battle, but a lot of the battle stuff isn't working, and I've been working on the enemy AI, and if I get into a battle every time I'm trying to test something, it's annoying. So right now he just plays tag. He just comes up, tags me, and then he goes back to what he's doing, which works for my purposes. So we have this AI enemy that you have not seen, and I've given a brief explanation of how that's functioning. The main thing now is saving and loading that. So I've got kind of a rudimentary version of that up and running. So if we go back to just pure game view, if normally he spawns here, but if I was to, and for now I've just added a debug command to bring up the save menu, but if I was to save the game here, it creates the save file. And then if we go back in to main menu, don't think we've done anything we care about here. And then we go to the load screen and load that. He's up here. So it saved his position where he was last, basically. So that's kind of cool, but it's not really saving much more information, and there's a bit more that I want to work on around that. Mainly that's kind of working for saving in and out of the game, but in general I would like to have it so that I would like to start getting it to the point where I go into battle, and when I go into that battle it saves the position of the enemy, and then when I get out of battle, if I was to say run, he would still be in the spot where we were together in the dungeon. So saving the entire state of the dungeon is really the major goal that we're working towards. I also want to do that with items. I need to get interactables up and running again since I've switched to 3D from 2D. There's a bunch of physics logic that probably needs to be rewritten there. Bit of debugging on that part, and then same thing, I'd like to be able to save whether or not you've collected an item and then have that maintain as you go in and out of battles. So that's the primary goal of today's stream. The first thing I think I'd like to do is get battles working, because if I remember correctly, I think my battles are currently broken. Let's bring that way down. That could probably go even lower. Okay, I apologize for that. Okay, so we're getting a pure blue screen. So the reason we're getting a pure blue screen is because stuff is dumb. Essentially, when I switched over to 3D, I also upgraded to Unity's Universal Render Pipeline, which changes a little bit of how the camera stuff works. And now I think we have two main cameras. We have this main camera, which should be looking at the battle scene, but then we also have another main camera here that's now embedded in the front end because of some nonsense, basically. So we've got too many cameras, and we can see here if I click on the main camera is seeing the battle. So is it that I just need to toggle this one off? No. Is it that this one needs to get toggled off? How about this one? Yeah, okay. So there's too many cameras in operation together. What is this main camera, or this UI camera even doing at this point? Is that just a dead camera? That might be a dead camera because we moved our combat UI camera into the front end system so that it can see all the UI. So this might just be a dead thing that we don't need anymore. Okay, let's see. Let's see. So I think what I need to do is I need to move... I think this camera can just be a higher priority. No, that's not going to quite work either. Really, we need to move this camera into the front end as well, and then we need to toggle back and forth between them, which is annoying, but kind of the world we live in. So if we were to just get rid of this one, we probably need to take the particle camera with us, because the particle camera is still doing things. So we probably need to bring both of these across. Are things referencing those cameras? Doesn't look like it. None of our managers for combat are referencing them. And ideally, none of the enemy stuff should be referencing them either. Okay. So we should just be able to bring this across. And then main camera, we want to have a higher priority. Okay, I can think of a few ways I can solve this. Okay, first off though, we need a stack. So we want to stack the... We want to change this to be an overlay, and we want to stack the particle system, and we want to stack the HUD. The order of these I'm not entirely sure on. HUD, then UI. So I'm going to assume that based off that, we want particles underneath. So particles, then HUD. That should be the correct order for those. We're going to rename this to combat camera. I think in an ideal world, I would love to have all these cameras like somehow better set up, but we're going to just make it work and then we'll go from there. So we want to have this be the priority camera, this combat camera. Interesting. Okay, I think this is fine. So we should be able to test this. So let's save both of these scenes. And then go back into the dungeon. At this point, we should always be looking through the combat camera, which is going to be, yeah, it's not useful when we're in the dungeon, but let's just toggle that off. So combat camera, toggle off. And then let's walk up here and get into a battle. Oh, wait. That's not how battles work. Right. I don't have that enabled. I just need to go to the combat scene and hit play in here. Okay. So that looks broken. But why? I think it's looking through the wrong camera. Interesting. I love that the first thing I jumped into for this stream was something that was like super abstract and like debuggy. Super useful. Okay, so it is the orthographic camera, the combat camera that we're looking through right now. It just looks wrong. That honestly could make sense as we've switched over to the universal render pipeline. Yeah, it looks like there's a different pixel perfect we should be using. So some of this is just like having switched to the new system. Copy component. Oh, it's technically a different type of object, so we can't paste values. Okay, that looks correct. Okay, so the main problem here is that we are using the wrong pixel perfect camera. It also is complaining that it won't work properly with stacked with other cameras, but that's fine. Again, we're just trying to get things functional. Now, we're not seeing any of the UI, which is interesting. That's because I put the wrong camera on here. I need the combat camera. There we go. Okay, better. We are zoomed in, that's why we're cutting some stuff off. The UI alignment stuff is all messed up. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, UI alignment is super messed up. That makes some sense. That's fine, though. We can resolve that later. I just want to be able to get in and out of combat, which I guess technically I don't need the UI really working for. I don't need anything working, to be honest. I could just get into the combat and out of the combat, but I would like to have it at least somewhat functional. So we need to hook this up. We'll just disable that for now. This is a higher priority, and then we need to change this out to use the combat UI, not the HUD. Okay, and save that, and then should load up working. We're in the front end scene. We need to go back to the combat scene. Interesting. The alignment actually works. Oh, was it just because the cameras weren't set up correctly from the start of the scene? That actually makes some sense. Okay. The reason the characters aren't appearing is that we've swapped the characters out with a new system. Okay, so that's working, and then we can go back. Now we need to figure out a way to switch between the two types of cameras as we switch between combat and dungeon. Okay, so I can do that in transitions. I can also do that in the managers. What's going to be the hackier way of doing it for now? Probably doing it in the combat state management is probably fine. Kind of feel like I would prefer to have it in the transition manager, but I'm not too upset by it. All right, this is the first time we've opened Visual Studio today. So in init, I have a better way of doing this. It's slightly more involved, but I think it's the correct approach. Where do we transition into combat? This is where we turn on and off the action menus. That's happening all the time. This is victory results. We have a window for this, don't we? Where is my... I built a tool. I don't know where I put that, but I have a tool for previewing my transitions between scenes. And I haven't had to look at it for a while because I've been pretty heads down on like dungeon stuff that hasn't required a lot of UI work. This is all Pro Builder, right? Yeah, and DoTween stuff. Did I stick it in here for some reason? Node-based editor? Yeah, this thing. It's been a while since I've looked at this thing. Okay, so this is showing all the transitions of our UI between all the other states. So boot screen, to confirmation, save screen, combat screen. So we enter into combat base and we exit out of combat base into the combat victory results screen. So here, open combat base is where we come into the combat scene. So in here we can add a step, and then here is where we close the victory. Okay, so we need to modify these two, and we need a new step. Under our camera steps, we have set virtual camera priority step, but do we have one for base? And how does that virtual one work? Can we just duplicate that? Where are all the debug steps? Camera, set virtual camera priority. There's an internal version. Which is specifically getting the virtual camera. Okay. I'm actually debating whether or not that's actually the right call. Maybe we just, like, technically the whole point of, like, the camera system using, like, Cinemachine is, like... So there's virtual cameras and there's main cameras. And the virtual camera has like this little like icon, and this main camera is like a Cinemachine brain. It's like, hey, this is the master camera essentially. And virtual cameras are supposed to be like, hey, I can set up a bunch of these different cameras that I can all view from, and they have different settings and directions and looks and all that stuff. It might just be, and the correct approach here should be to potentially set up a virtual camera in the combat scene, and that way we still only have one primary main camera that we have. Yeah, that's probably the right approach. All right, fine. Let's take a look at the player, because the player is where we primarily build our only other virtual camera right now. 3D player. This guy. So we're going to copy and paste that and drag it out. And then we're going to delete this. So what is this thing? Yeah, it's trying to look at something specific. So let's drag back in both scenes at the same time. Let's bring in the front end sandbox. Let's copy the combat camera's settings. So what was it doing? It was looking at, it was at position 0, 0, -10. Okay, so let's grab that transform. Copy component. Paste values. Okay, so now this virtual camera should be looking in the same direction. And then orthographic, it was a 3.5. This will probably also change a bit. One of the things I want to get to maybe tomorrow, once I have some more of the dungeon save stuff, is coming in here and looking at switching the combat scene to 3D. But for now, let's just get it functional. The combat camera didn't have a target, it just looked, so we can actually simplify that. We don't need to have a frame transposer, and we can just clear the missing part of that. Make this priority 1. Orthographic. Okay. It doesn't look like we can control from the virtual camera the culling. And it looks like this camera doesn't want to see particles. That's probably fine. We can add the particle camera here and put that in front of all the UI stuff. And then we can just make this thing not see. Yeah, and that's set up to look in the same direction. And then we can just go through here and change the culling to not see particles. What was the other stuff that the combat wasn't looking at? It was also not looking at camera colliders, camera background, interactables, combat UI, and something called IsoCube. Okay. I don't think those things matter, but we will remove them as well. Because I imagine some of the other cameras are supposed to be taking care of that. So now these guys should have similar settings at a base level. Occlusion culling is turned on, turned off here. This has render shadows, so does that one. This one has post-processing, and this one didn't. That's fine. That's some of the render pipeline stuff that I've been playing with. So that might just work, honestly. And we don't even need to set anything specific. So let's put this back into main entities. And let's name this like actually combat camera. And that might just be all I have to do. I may have been overcomplicating this a little bit. So let's take a look in here. It's been a bit since I've played with cameras. That looks functional. Our stuff is a bit more crunchy now, though. That's because this guy isn't using Pixel Perfect. That's kind of fine. Because again, I want to switch this to 3D eventually anyways. So we're probably going to just move away from this kind of more 2D look for combat. And this gets us into combat. And now the more important thing is if we're in the dungeon, we should be seeing through the virtual camera that's attached to the player. And then when we get into battle, we should switch to... the battle camera. Can I hit R for a random encounter? I can't. That was a debug at some point, but I must have removed that script. Let's turn on the enemy for the time being attacking us. 3D enemy, and let's make that a parameter that we can modify. So let's come into here. So this is the beast state machine is what I decided to call this particular enemy. Simple enemy that's going to walk around on the ground. I do want to try having like some flying enemies that like fly above the walls and stuff, which will be a bit trickier to avoid. But the beast one is just the ground enemies. Chase. So chase is when he's following us. And right now this is commented out. Let's add a variable in here, which is enter combat. And by default, that'll be false. Hello, Kazukish. Welcome, welcome. And we'll turn enter combat, or we'll only go into combat if this is true. Else, slap that in there. Zone name is not defined. Interesting. That makes sense, as I've been transitioning over to this new... when I transitioned to the state machine, I guess I didn't bring over the actual parameter. So how was this working before? There was like an enemy AI of some kind? That's the movement. Let's see encounter scripts. No? Did I delete that script because I thought I was done with it? It's possible. It's possible. It would have been in here, in this folder, I think. There it is. It's not called enemy, it's called AI. And so the zone name was sewer. Okay. For now, we're going to embed that directly inside of the chase state, but I think that what zone we're in should actually be coming from like the dungeon state manager, not from the enemy itself, but this will work. Okay, so now if we toggle this on, we will get into battles from the sewer system. Let's try that. So we'll go to the prefab, we'll click the tick box, enter combat is true, all the enemies will spawn with that prefab, so now they will cause combat to trigger, hopefully. They do not. Did I not save it? Enter combat is true. That's true on both of them. Huh. All right. Debug. Yep. Show me what your problem is. It's thinking. Weird. Okay, something's messed up. We're gonna break out, turn on this. Background music can go back on. We're out of combat now. Okay. Enter combat is false. Enter combat is false. Let's get out of here so that we don't keep hitting the breakpoint. But enter combat is true. But not for that one. Super weird. Okay, well, it failed for a different reason. It couldn't find that zone. Okay, I have not had that problem. This was working fine the other day. I tested it and I was able to get in. It was broken once I got in with the camera stuff we just fixed, but I wasn't having a problem actually initiating combat. It's also really weird that, like, we have the enter combat toggled to true in the prefab, but it's not taking? I want to take another look at that. Yeah, it's set to true. Oh, there's two chase states. I wasn't paying attention. I was talking and not zoned in. We already had the chase state added to the component. So now we should at the very least be getting into combat right away, and we are, but there is a problem with the combat. So it's not finding sewer in the entries. So we're going to take a look at the JSON files. So inside of here under zones, yes, we can stop debugging. I see what the problem is. We're just going to close that because it's freaking out. It's sewers. Not sewer. Okay, that should do it. Now we should transition into combat. And we do. And then there is a hotkey to get out of combat, tilde. There is some stacking layer issues, which I'm less concerned about. And then we get back into combat again. Okay. 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 That is... It doesn't seem like a lot, but that's better. So now we can do... what can we do now? We can save the position of the enemy. The other thing we need to do is something we may have saw there, where when we got out of combat, the enemy immediately ran towards us because we were right next to them and immediately started a battle with us again. I need to write some invincibility frames. This is going to require a couple of things. So let's go to back into the chase state. We're going to have to write something that checks to see if the target is catchable. And so inside of caught target, we're checking just if we're close enough to them. Do we know who we're targeting? We do. We have a reference to the target, which is a transform. What is that target? Setting it, player entity. It's whatever has the player entity script. So that's going to be... the player movement controller. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Honestly, the same way that I have like a proper state machine for the enemies, where like the enemies can enter into each of the different states, they have like a chase state, a patrol state. I should probably have like a player state machine as well, that can have states like invincibility, states like frozen for or like in a cutscene, and then that state changes how we move at the character and takes away the player's controller. Um, yeah, actually, that sounds really important. Let's do that. That's the correct way to get invincibility frames in. So we're going to detour. Follow the threads. As we pull on aspects of this, let's slowly figure out what we need to do. So in here, we have this stuff. We need... So there's some script section for the beast. We have a section for player. We're going to create a new folder. State machine. And then that will have a subfolder for states, which is not how I set up the beast, but how I should have. Might move some of that stuff around. All right, let's duplicate the beast state machine as a base. Put that in there. Let's call that the player state machine. Copy the name, come into here. It wants to reload because we didn't give Visual Studio enough time to process the changes we were making. All right, player state machine. It's not going to need any of these variables, probably. We're going to need our own subset of variables. We'll save one of these for just templating. I don't know if it's going to need any of this, and I don't know if it's going to need any of that. Okay, and so we're going to be able to get rid of pretty much all of this logic. If we need any of that, we can always go copy and paste it again. And then we're going to need to come up with some states for the player state machine. So first and foremost, we need the base state. So I'll grab that. Part of me wonders if this should all be named like dungeon player. It's fine. We can just go with player. If I need to change it because I need something more specific, I can do that later. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So player state. Sorry, I got distracted. So this will be a player state. I don't know if it's going to need any of these variables. We'll get rid of most of them for the time being. Its owner isn't going to be a beast state machine, but a player state machine. It's probably not going to need a face target. Again, I don't really know what parameters it's going to need, so we're just going to get rid of all of them. Okay, cool. So that is the base. So what are the states that we need? Let's probably going to need an initialized state. Okay, and that's kind of the base of what we need to have this be functional. The player container sits on the top level. I think the player state machine stuff should live at the top level too. Okay. So now we need to basically take all of the functionality that's happening inside of these kind of random scripts internally and bring them out to be part of the player state machine. So this is the controls, which is allowing us to dash, allowing us to interact. Okay. Yeah, this is great candidate for stuff that should just be inside of kind of a parent state. So let's take a look at the in here. We probably want to do the same thing. So we're just going to take all the functionality that's currently existing inside of player input, and we're going to just put it all inside of this state machine. There's a debate I have with whether or not this should be like inside of the init state. There's maybe a question of whether or not this particular one needs an init state. We could just handle all of it inside of the actual initialization here. Let's see. So then this has two functions which are going to need to operate and send messages to others. Although I don't think it will anymore. I think this might be setting parameters inside of itself. Okay. So that's essentially the input state transferred over. Probably need these on enables and disables though. Okay. So that's that. Next piece of the puzzle is the so we're going to run into an issue here where if I move this, it's going to really mess with stuff. I'm not going to be able to find everything that is currently looking for the player. There's a lot of stuff that's looking for the player. And this is to get the transform of the movement object. That makes sense. Okay, we might just have to leave the entity for now. This will be a bigger thing to remove. Interactable. I don't think this works currently. Yeah, because this is all based off of 2D logic. I'm going to have to convert this anyways, and I'm not using it. So it can stay where it is, but I will want to convert that over to the main state machine at some point later. This is the big one. This is how we move the character. And this thing has gotten really bloated over time. It has a bunch of functions that we can see don't have any references. So it's not a bad idea here to kind of clean this out anyways. It looks like we do use this movement function for the enemy as well? Yeah, the enemy uses the same movement class. Interesting. So maybe we do want to keep this class. Figuring it out on the fly. Honestly, movement controller was a better name. However, how are we controlling the movement? Oh, we're still using the base input system here because this was built before I upgraded to Unity's better, more advanced input thing. I don't remember what it's called, but there's a name for it. Okay. This I don't think should be... I'm gonna have to think on this. The input shouldn't be handled through the movement controller. It really should be handled by the player state machine, primarily because we might want to be able to control what inputs are on and off in different states. So like as we enter into the player controlled state, actually we might want to set these functions, but when we exit that state, remove those functions. And that might be something we want to do for like when we get into combat scenes, or sorry, cutscenes. We might want to have it so that we remove all the inputs when we're in the cutscene state. That being said, the invincibility frame state should still be the same as like a normal movement state, but that's fine if we're essentially just controlling what inputs are involved. Designing and architecting as we do live. Okay. I'm going to think on this for a bit. We're going to come back to it. At the very least, let's set up the invincibility section. So... Got it. Got it. I got it. We're going to do copy this. This may not be the final way, but for the time being, we're still going to use the state machine to do the invincibility. I don't think I can refactor everything without thinking on it for a while longer, because there's some real ramifications to things. how do you spell? There's a C in invincible somewhere, isn't there? Invincible. Nailed it. I don't know why I didn't. I used Google, but I don't think I needed to, considering I just got it right. Okay. Player invincibility state. So let's rename the internal classes to match. Okay, and now we're going to go into the player init state, and on update we're going to transition owner change state to base state, like so. Hey Matnik, it's good to be around. Just doing some coding on the JRPG project. Yeah, time's a bit silly. It has been many, many moons since the old Minecraft series, for sure. And then the question is, how are we getting into the invincible state? Okay, we'll figure out controls later. There's a time in state value, right? Yeah, is greater than time dot delta time. No, that's not what I want. I just want to set. I want a amount of seconds. So let's say every 10 seconds. That might be too long to wait. Every 3 seconds, we're going to go invincible, just to kind of test the functionality. So we're going to enter into the combat state on awake. So when the project starts, we're going to initialize into the init state. This is the wrong one. We're going to enter into the player init state. From the player init state, we're not going to do anything because there isn't really any initialization we need to do, but I'll still have it. Then we're going to go into the base state, and then after 3 seconds, we will become invincible. And then we need to figure out what invincible is doing. So I think we need a reference to our renderer. What is that called? That is isometric character renderer. Isometric character renderer. Character renderer. And then we will send that back here. We don't really need a set for this. We just need a get. Isometric renderer. Cool. Nice. And then from here, we can now grab the character renderer. And hopefully that has something I can work with. And let's go take a look at it in Unity. What is that thing actually doing? Player. We also need to hook these things up. So that'll be the renderer, that'll be the movement. Okay. So what is the renderer doing? It is essentially rounding to make sure that the character only moves a set number of pixels per frame, which is good, but that doesn't actually have a reference to the sprite renderer itself, interestingly enough. We can get it through this player sprite entity, but oh, this is the 3D render updater. This is the isometric character renderer. Oh, okay, so then this is actually on the sprite, but doesn't have a reference to it. It's mostly operating off the animator and controlling the animation. Unlockable characters with a hydration. It has been a long time over on the Twitch side. Yep. Okay, good call. I was so focused, I forgot. How do I validate that redeem? Is that still a thing I have to do? Manage requests. Complete all. Done. Nice. Alright. So then... this thing is mostly just in charge of the animations, which is fine. I think this is based off of like a base Unity thing. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, there we go. Just minimizing something, namely the music. I think I want to just have this have a reference to the sprite renderer. I could just do a get component, but there's no reason this can't hold a reference to the object that I want access to. Warning, what I'm about to do might be really awful. So I think what I want is to flicker the enemy. If we look at, I don't have a reference I can pull up, but if we look at like oftentimes the invincibility frames in games, they often just toggle the character on and off. And I don't know how this is going to look. But we're going to try it and we're going to see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't kill my eyes. And let's toggle it every 0.1 seconds. So if m time passed, which starts equal to 0.0f, time passed plus equal time dot delta time. We do if time passed is greater than toggle frequency, then we're going to grab the sprite renderer and we are going to dot enable is equal to the opposite of itself. So it's going to go true, false, true, false, true, false, and toggle the character on and off. Then we need to do time passed. Important to do minus equal toggle frequency. That way if the delta time goes above this value, we're compensating for it. If the delta time is ever greater than this value by like a factor of 2, then it's going to be off, but there's not a whole heck of a lot we can do about that. I mean, there is, but I don't want to. It's mathy and dumb. This might just work. And I guess for the sake of testing, let's also have time in state is greater than 5 seconds. Let's make it the same frequency or the same time. We'll go back to the base state. So owner dot change state to base. And then after 3 seconds, it'll come back to invincibility. And we'll just keep going back and forth between the two. And then we do need to hook up this reference here. Yeah, here. Drag the reference in. It did nothing because we didn't actually ever call a knit. So let's go into, honestly, the class that I should have been in since the start of the stream, which is the Dungeon State Manager, which is in for saving, but we've been kind of detoured on a couple things we have to do before we can really manage our states. There's just general cleanup that needs to be done. So this is where we're spawning the player, and this is where we get component player container. Player container is probably just the state machine now, honestly. Yeah, this is the only place we use this. So we can just go to this, grab this public variable, and we can put this in the player state. Player state machine. Cool. This also might be a more elaborate function too, but... And then instead of getting the player container, let's get the player state machine here. And then we'll also get that player... Oh, we keep a reference to it. That's fine. What are we doing with this thing? Mostly just using it to keep track of the player. Yeah, we can just change that to be a player state instead of a player container. And now we can do .init when we load the character. And this is the proper way to do this. Interesting. Okay, we're going to spawn off the side of the world. Cool. Enable hasn't been called yet. Yeah, it'll already get called inside of a init, so that's fine. Let's give that a try. Missing reference somewhere. Oh, we have to actually set it. We have to set the transform. So, in here, we just need to make that reference connection. Does it work now? It does. Okay. I think that's okay-ish. That's kind of what we want, honestly. But we want to tweak the value. So let's go in here and let's add the invincibility. So the state machine essentially on change state, I haven't dug into it, but it basically just initializes a new version of this at runtime if it doesn't find one. If it finds one, it uses the one it finds. So if we create one, then we can actually tune these values. But if we don't want to, we don't have to clutter our space with it either. Okay, so this is just going to be a matter of finding something that we think looks good. That is a little harsh. I might have to do more reference gathering and see if like there's a more clean way to do this. I bet you I could find like a research paper or something on like, oh. So one thing we might want to make sure we're doing is on override exit. We might want to have to actually do toggle true. Might be a thing we need. Otherwise... Yeah, it just might be trying to figure out what is a good toggle frequency. So 0.2 looks really slow. 1.5? 0.1. I don't feel like that's updating, to be honest. Yeah, that doesn't look like that's changing. I have no idea. Oh. Oh, because I'm actually modifying the prefab, not the object in the scene. That would make some sense. Yeah, that's why we're not seeing a time update either. Let's try that again. 1.5? It's like, I don't know if we just need to go faster. Like, that feels super harsh to the eye. Oh. Interesting. Like, it doesn't look right. Like, I can see it blinking on and off instead of it looking like it's faded. Maybe I need some transparency in there as well. What if we went, like, crazy fast? It starts to break down because it's too quick. It can't, our frame rate isn't high enough to handle something that quick. We could also try, instead of doing it on delta time, we could make it frame based, but that's probably a worse idea. And by that I mean quite literally just toggle it every frame. What does that look like if we literally just toggle it every other frame? Super weird. It deteriorates. I'm just curious, int frame count? I feel like every instinct in my body tells me this is a bad idea, but I just want to see. So I wrote that code wrong. Frame count needs to go to 0, not frame frequency needs to go to 0. Alright. Show me invincibility. Show me invincibility. Come on. I hit play too many times. So that's 3. What if we did 4? 5 frame? That looks closer, honestly, instead of using time. Two frame count? It's a little, like, intense. Yeah, 1 doesn't work very well at all. That feels, like, weirdly upsetting to the eye. 3 feels a bit upsetting to the eye still. 4 is a bit softer. Five goes back to being a bit weird. I think it's like just on a weird cadence. Same with, oh, 6, nope. Okay, so I think 4 might be the closest we can get. Yeah, that doesn't bother me as much. I still don't think it's perfect. I'm gonna have to do some more research, but it kind of gets the idea across at the very least. It might just be that it's not a simple toggle on and off. What if we zoom in a bit? Does that make it worse or better? A little bit better, honestly. Okay, well then let's now try... Let's try making it so this actually does something. So right now this is just a visual thing. We're not actually invincible. We need to write some code that actually makes it that when we're in the invincible state, we can't be pulled into combat. So how do we do that? Okay, I see. So we need to add a new component onto here, which is another entity, which is going to be a player state machine. I think at some point I want to just get rid of the player entity, but it's going to require a bunch of debugging, which I'm not down for. And then target, instead of being a transform, we're going to want this to be a player state machine. It's possible I might want this more abstract at some point, like my target is a target object, and then the target object has a reference to a state machine or something. We might want to make it more generic so that maybe the enemies can target other enemies. Like, thinking forward like that would be helpful, but at this time I just want to get it operational. So we'll make it a little more hard-coded. So our target is going to be a player state machine. That's going to have impacts because it's expecting it to be a transform. So now we're going to do dot player transform. We also just do transform. That just works. Okay, so that should fix up all the type changingness to it. And we should now be able to use this to get information about the player inside of the Beast state machine. We have to save everything. So in here, we're checking if we've caught the target. So we're going to check to see if the target is invincible. So can I check the state of the state machine? Is that a thing I can do? In this context, it's M target. Current state equals... I only ever use it as a form of setting or for transitioning. I need a way to tell if this is of a specific state, and grabbing the state I don't think is the way I want to do that. I don't think that works, because it's going to return... We're looking to validate how to tell if... if the parent class type is same as a child type. Maybe this? Maybe it is just this, though. I don't know if I care about the other part. It could just be this simple. Oh, right. This is checking actual classes. That's not what I want. There's a way to do this. There is a way to do this, and I don't know it offhand. I don't know offhand how to Google this question. Like, that doesn't do anything. All right, well, let's just experiment. Let's just do current state equal player state. I don't think this works, but because I think this is going to check the object types, not the if it is of a specific type of state. Maybe that's what I want. I'm going to try this one first. I'm trying to figure it out in my head without actually like debugging it, which does not make for interesting viewing. Although I don't think much of what I do is interesting viewing, but here we are. Dot target is current state. Invincible. I do have to pass it this way. Because it needs to be type of. And then this does need to be a type. Okay, so we are checking, we are getting the type of player invincibility state, and we are checking to see if the current state's type is equal to it. Again, I don't think this works the way I want it to, but I'm going to try. And then to finish this up, this needs to be if the current types, if the target's current state is not invincibility, and we're in range, we've caught them. That should be all we need to do here. It's really just whether or not the type checking call is going to operate the way I want it to. Do, 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 do. Okay. Some slightly bad code from writing too fast, but that's fine. Okay, so when we're invincible, we should not be able to be caught. So let's see what happens. So here we are. Oh, shoot. He's completely ignoring me now. Okay, so we broke something somewhere. Namely... Oh, right. Okay. So the problem is if we're doing target.transform, but the target is not the... We need the movement controller.transform. Which is a bit ridiculous. Yeah, we might improve that, but for now we're gonna leave it. Okay, I think I've caught all the spots where it was using the wrong transform. Let's see if that works now. Also, let's crank up the invincibility frame time, which I have to do in code, sadly. That's a variable I should make part of the public realm. Public float invincibility. And let's start with maybe 5 seconds. That feels long to me, but I also feel like it's going to be really annoying to get out of a combat you've run from and then get hit by that enemy again. So we'll give you a little bit of leeway, and we can always tune that value. Yeah, okay, I did that right. So here we go. Yeah, that 5 seconds feels really long. We're going to turn up to 10 just for testing. He can't get me. He's staying on me, so we probably want to like reduce how close he gets. And as soon as I okay, so that did work. Wow. I was not anticipating the typing working, but neat. So we have invincibility. Now, my next trick is to figure out how we decide when we enter into the invincibility state. Right now we're just doing it on a toggle, on and off, on and off, but we want it to happen when we exit combat. And I think it's specifically when we run from a battle, but we can figure out that aspect of it later. For now, we can just make it so that we become invincible when we enter into the scene from combat. That's actually going to be pretty tricky. Okay, I'm going to check some notes for a second real quick. We've got combat fixed-ish. I still want to convert it to 3D, but it's operational and we can get into it. What else did I want to do today? So I did want to do the invincibility frame stuff, although I didn't have that stated here anywhere in my notes. So that's fine though. It's done. The next big thing is really getting the whole like saving the enemy state and coming in and out of battle. So it's really all just work around entering and exiting battle is the stuff I really want to try and get done today. And we did the invincibility because we want to have it working for the state where we leave and we come back. So let's try that. So if we get into combat here, this code doesn't work. That's fine though. Okay. So we exit battle here. Use a hotkey to exit. We did not properly save and load the player's position. Is that because of this line? It could be that line broke things. Okay. The cheat requires it to be the player's turn. Okay, so it's not saving the player's position properly. Did we break that? Let's take a look at the dungeon state management system. Dungeon state. I feel like this was working earlier because we were... Well, because we were doing the things. Yes, I think we do have a problem. Because we changed the player container. And when we did that, we set the transform to be this parent object, which is incorrect. We want to set the transform that we're saving to be the player movement transform. That, yeah, we can see that here. So we set the wrong transform when we were setting this up a moment ago. Thus causing us to not get into the same spot when we came back. Okay. Or more accurately, we were saving the player container position and reloading it, but it never moves. Okay, cool. So that's working again. Now we have the situation that I'm trying to work towards, which is that when we come back from the dungeon, we're standing there, but we're able to get attacked. So now that we have the invincibility set up, where it's visually showing, and we can actually we've tested that the invincibility works if we are in that invincibility state, we now need to trigger that state when we come back from combat. So from the dungeon state manager, this is where we save the player's position. Where do we set the player's position? Here. When we initialize the dungeon system. Okay. We're going to change up the background. We're going to change up the background. Okay. Okay. So we are saving and loading all of this data. The problem is we're just not saving and loading whether or not we're entering and exiting combat specifically. We save the scene that we came from. We save the player position, the enemy position, all that data. Are we actually transitioning into the current scene? How... Sorry, we on a load save. Okay, so that's happening. On initialized dungeon coroutine. Where does this get called from? This gets called on transition. And this loads up with the player's position, and the player's position is maintained and held here inside of this class. By that nature, we should also be keeping track of the enemy states when we initialize as well. The question is, when are we saving this? Is the... We are updating that player position. This guy. When are we modifying this? Save dungeon state. Oh, we are not saving. We're not saving the enemy state currently. Like, interesting. We're saving and loading, but we're not saving it in between battles, because that's a slightly different system. Okay. So then how do we save the enemies? We store it, the enemy state objects. This is where we get it out. That's where we load. Where do we normally save it? We run through all the stuff and we call set. I see. So we want to do the same thing here, I think. Yeah, we do. Okay. And then when we come back out, we will have set all that data. Okay. So this is saving the dungeon state. So this will save the enemy information now by calling this, going through and setting all the information for all the enemies. So now we just need to keep track of whether or not we're entering into battle or not. Sorry, I just had a huge win. I didn't realize that things were already working in a... Like, I thought I had to write some code for saving in between battles, but I realized, no, I'm already doing that. So we just need a value for how we got... Where we're transitioning to. Entered... Battle? False? And someone needs to set this. But where and how? So... That save dungeon state is happening in transition. If transitioning to combat. So in here. So this function only gets called when we're going into combat anyway. So we've entered battle if we come into here. And then if we're initializing into the dungeon coroutine, this comes in two ways. This comes in when we load our scene asynchronously using the load global scene manager or via the transition manager. As long as we're not transitioning to combat. Okay. So this should get called at all times. Okay. So in here, if we're transitioning in, can we put this into the init? I don't know if this is a permanent way of doing this. And there might be more steps here, because I think I might only want you to be invincible when you run from a battle, not all the time, but we can add layers. Layers are easy. Let's get it working. So I don't think we need this init state, but I'm going to leave it around, but it's doing nothing except putting us into base. So if we are not coming from combat, we go to base. Otherwise, if we're coming for combat for now, we'll just say we're going to go into invincibility. And then base doesn't need this code anymore. Base just is. These will get more complicated and have more functionality as we expand. But for now, there's just the two states. Okay, that might just work if I understand the code correctly. Well, I have to fix errors first. What are you complaining about? Oh, I just didn't save the file. Helps if you save things. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Also, I'm going to pick up a controller for this so I can... there's a dash functionality I added. We can't get away from the enemy without dashing because he has a same speed as us. So we get into battle. Hit tilde to end the battle immediately. We're invincible for a few frames. And we can get out of there. Okay, and we can come back over. We get into battle. Wait for the player's turn. I should make the auto end battle a controller button too. Like maybe a combinations. Hit enough buttons at the same time, it like triggers it. He also has a leashing mechanic. If you get far enough away, he like runs back to his home, so. Sweet. That's functional. And when we come out, he should be under the wall, I think. He was like right up against the wall there. Yeah. So he was a little hidden there. That's something I might want to figure out if there's like maybe we want to respawn them slightly offset so that they're not hidden like that. Or we could have like an indicator. There's a bunch of ways that we can solve that from a design perspective. I also have overlapping music. One thing I want to try and figure out is why is my audio not playing when we are in the dungeon? There should be a piece of music. Audio manager? Oh, it's just missing it. I want the wave version. Panman music from the Unity Asset Store is fantastic. Water. Really, really like the music. Strongly considering commissioning some stuff. But for now, the base assets from the Unity Asset Store work. Okay, so now we have the sewer music playing. Get into battle. Get punched a little bit. Exit out. Run away. Yeah. Drixie's still working on a dash animation. You can kind of see the movement speed increase and it slow down again. But dash animation will help quite a bit with that. But we're still trying to work on converting a 3D model into a 2D for walk cycles. Having trouble figuring out how to do clothing in Blender. Trying to work with cloth physics in order to try and get something similar to this. It's been a good learning experience though. There's tons of stuff that Trixie's been finding with Blender tools that are super useful and should be very powerful. Sweet. I mean, I check my notes, but I'm pretty sure that is saving the enemy's state when defeated in battle. Okay, we haven't done that. Saving enemy's position when battles are started. Yeah, we're doing that. On existing battle, spawn enemies with save parameters. Technically, we're doing that. We're saving the position and like, on exiting battle, spawn enemies with save parameters. So we are spawning him in the right position. The defeated part is something we need to work on next, I think. On scene change, load enemies at their base spawn if not defeated. Okay, that's something we need to do as well. So right now, I think when I switch between areas or maps, I would like to have the enemies reset to their home position if they're not defeated. So I want to clear any positional data that might be saved. Cool. Functionality. One thing I think would also be nice, more polish, not necessary at this time, is when he hits me like that, there's like, as we're fading out, we see him like freaking out. There's a bunch of things that I think would be better there. Like if the camera froze and shattered, like there's a bunch of enter and battle animations that could make that moment a lot cleaner. Don't want to necessarily do it right this second, but excuse me, call it out. Oh, okay. Good. Good, 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 good. So that is the next thing is defeating an enemy in battle. We need to track that. And we need to have different behavior. If we defeat an enemy, I don't think we should come out as invincible. Maybe we should, but with a shorter timer, because it could be that we have multiple enemies chasing us. Like I could get this enemy chasing us and this enemy over here chasing us at the same time. The other option for that is instead of having like invincibility frames and you come out having to run from the other enemy, is that we could do like I think Persona 5 does something where when you have multiple enemies chasing you and you get into combat, you fight them one after another. There's like 2 battles back to back. There's other ways of designing around that, but we can leave the invincibility on exiting combat for the time being. We can just make that a base thing. But the saving defeat status should be something that we want to do. That's going to be a bit trickier because technically that's communicating between the combat systems and the dungeon state system. There's probably some sort of connectional point that we can find for that. Where is the... So this is the... Here we go. Here's the state machines. Combat states. What are all our combat states? Battle complete state. This is where we do the victory results and show the victory combat screen. There should also be a defeat version of this though, isn't there? This is choosing all the items and awarding experience to the players. Yep. Okay. Here's the actual screen itself. Do we not have a defeat state? I thought at some point I added a loss, but I'm only seeing the victory side of things. Interesting. Interesting. This is the victory manager that manages the current conditions of whether we're winning or losing. And it looks like whether we win or lose, we just go into the battle complete. Huh. I guess I never wrote defeat logic. I guess that makes sense. We weren't in a point where we could actually like lose a battle. Like what did that look like? Because we didn't have the dungeon system set up fully. But now that we're getting close to having like an actual like you can play through and fight stuff, probably want to have lose states where you actually go back to your last save. Probably your last autosave, but okay. So we only ever win. That's fine. Let's at least get it functional and we can figure out how do we manage the win-loss part of this later. But essentially, once we win a battle or the battle is done, we need to have some way of communicating to the dungeon whether we won or lost. We have the screen controller, which is global. Technically, the dungeon state machine is also global, but I don't know if it makes sense to really just have like a dungeon state manager dot instance dot like set victory condition. I mean, that could be fine for time being, and if it becomes a problem, I can resolve that later. Okay. This smells bad. It feels like bad code. But I'm gonna just get it operational, and we can figure out a better means of communication if we need one in the future. So we're gonna basically set true all the time because we don't have a fail state right now in battle. So, but if the battle is victorious, we want to not spawn the enemy. So thank you, unlockable characters. Lurking and, you know, honestly keeping me alive. Constant. Okay, hydration redeemed. All right, next steps. How do we know which enemy? How do we know which enemy we fought? That was the code we removed because it was broken. That was in the chase logic. Chase. So in here, this is supposed to be keeping track of the last enemy entity. And what is that doing currently? It's basically just turning it off. So it's some code because I only just added the spawning. So this is some old code, but we can use the base of it. So this is the one we care about. AI movement is a dead class. I need to clean that up and remove it, but we've essentially broke it out into all of this state machine stuff. So this is last enemy entity. The problem is entity isn't on this level, I don't think. Let's go to the project. Where do we have the entity ID on the 3D enemy? Do we have such a value? We probably do. Oh, actually, there is a value embedded in the owner class. Owner.id. Each enemy has an ID, which I built for the spawning system. Okay, so probably want to change this to an integer. And then change this to use the hashed ID, which is an integer. It's basically converting the string into a number, which is faster for computers to deal with. So then with this, now this can be set to, like, I don't know, -1. There's no real great way of like validating if it's an invalid hash. So we'll just say -1, and then, which means we could run into problems eventually. Yeah, we don't have a great way of checking. Alright, I don't feel like solving that, so we're just going to leave it as a string. Because at least the string has a fail state. And we can figure out a way to optimize it later. So in here, this is checking if it's not empty. Let's grab that. And then in here, this is where we spawn the enemy. I think instead of doing the initialize, we want to check if oh, actually, we might just be able to. We may not need a fail case because I think we're going to be checking the dungeon enemy manager. No, dungeon enemy spawner. So the actual thing we're trying to spawn. And we're going to check the entity.id. And if it equals this, and we battle victory, let's do the bool operation first because it's technically faster than doing the string check. And then if that's true, we continue. And we don't want to increment the load count until after. Otherwise, that'll really mess things up. So essentially, we're going to come in here. We're going to check whether or not if we won the last battle. If we won the last battle, we're going to... We actually don't want to just continue because we want to say this enemy is defeated. We want to actually keep track of that somehow. So how do we keep track of that? We want to get this. We want to get this off the bat. We want to start by getting the enemy state of the object we're looking for. And then we want to validate if enemy state and there's not going to be a value for this yet, but we're going to want to add one. Public bool defeated. Which is going to default to false. And we're going to check if defeated, we're going to continue. And then here, if there's a victory and the last enemy was this guy, then we want to do enemy state dot defeated is true. I think this logic we might want to happen in the actual victory. I don't think this has to be checked here. This can be checked sooner. Let's add a new class or new function and let's put it up somewhere. Where do we put this? Here, public void handle battle results. And this can be victory state equals victory state. If battle victory is true, then we want to oh, this has a chance to fail. Okay, let's bring this down here. So if battle victory I believe. And if we can get the value of the enemy, the value is going to be the last enemy that we fought. We do need to save the hash value instead. Trust my instincts. Trust my instincts. Okay, so we don't need any of this. Okay, so this is handling the battle result. And it's saying that if we win the battle, It's saying if we win the battle, then we set our battle victory state to true, and we get the last enemy we were fighting and we set it to defeated. That makes sense. Then in here, we don't have to worry about any of that stuff. We're simply checking to see if the enemy is defeated. However, there is a chance that when we get this enemy state, it can be false. It can be that we don't find an enemy on load specifically, because we may be loading into an area where we just haven't initialized any of the enemy state stuff yet because we're coming into this place for the first time. So this can be a this can be false. So if we found an enemy and that enemy is defeated, then we continue. If we... Now we don't need to do this logic down here again because it's expensive. So we can just say if we found an enemy state, then we want to use that enemy state to set the position. This might want to be... It might be that what we actually want to do is hand the beast state machine the actual like enemy state we found, and then the beast state machine can handle all of its initialization inside of itself. But I will think about that. This should operate now. It will always be true because we don't have a defeat state. There is conflicts again with the string stuff. That's fine. We just need to change this to that value instead. And same thing in the other spot where this is used. Even though technically this script is dead, but we have to update it so that the code will compile. Was there one more error? No, those other errors were just general complaints. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, enemy sees me, enemy chases me, enemy catches me, we enter into battle. It's our turn first. We exit the battle. Overlapping music, my bad. And the enemy's gone because we defeated it. Now, real test. If things are operating correctly, we should be able to get into this battle, defeat this enemy, because ending a battle, there's only one state, which is defeat, and that enemy is gone, and this enemy is gone. Now, even greater test. If we bring up the save system, save over this file, even though it says load, I haven't updated the text. And then exit out of here and go to the main menu and load into that file, we should load into a dungeon with no enemies. Sure. I don't think we've made any changes we care about, but why not? I could be wrong. Continue. There's two versions of this. Why is there two versions? Oh, one's the autosave. Right, I forgot I had an autosave. Is that where I was standing? I think that was, because I walked over there to check the enemy. Yeah. Sorry, I just forgot where I was supposed to be standing. But no, yes, that looks like that worked. We are able to get into a dungeon and the enemies are defeated. Sweet. That's all functional. Big wins, honestly. So saving enemy states when defeated in battle, that's done. On scene change and load, spawn enemies at base spawn if not defeated. Okay, so that's the next thing, which is we need to be able to switch between scenes, and if we're switching between scenes, we want to reset enemies back to where they were. We could also play with the idea of resetting defeated enemies, but I kind of want to have enemies stay dead as you progress through the dungeon. I don't know. It's really a play thing. I'll have to play with it, but it might be interesting to have it so that the actual enemies come back as you switch between rooms. It's not unheard of. So the next thing is, I guess, switching between rooms. I actually haven't rebuilt that functionality in 3D Space yet. We have it working for the old 2D system, but we haven't rebuilt it for 3D. which is a lot of the things on my notes here I need to do, to be honest. So I guess we could do that. We also, what are some of the other things I need to do this weekend? Doesn't have to be all on this stream, but I'm got slated for myself to try and get done. I still want to refactor the 3D or the combat scene to be 3D instead of 2D. I also want to work on interactables. I'd like to try playing with the idea of having this bridge be not built when you come in here, and then you walk over to the end of this hallway and activate a switch on this wall, and then there's a sound as the bridge gets built down here, and then you come back and the bridge has appeared. I think that could be fun, but I need to keep track of that stuff and save that information the same way I'm saving the enemy states. So if you've activated a switch and activated the bridge, if you've walked further into the dungeon and then come back to this area, that bridge needs to still be there, because you won't be able to, like, if we come back from the next zone, it needs to remember that this bridge has already been built. So, like, there's a state management for puzzles and interactables that I need to do. I also want to do the same thing for items. Items also need to be rebuilt. They're currently only working in the 2D variant, and we haven't fixed them to work in this 3D world. And so we need to rechange these items to be interactable, actually have them be available to give you things. And more importantly, I need to work on having it so it's saved. If I pick up a potion from this item, I need to not have that item spawn again in the future. So there's some more state-based work there. There's also the cutscenes. I also need to rebuild the cutscenes to be 3D as well, but I think that's a further task. I want to try and stay on task, or stay on brand with the save stuff today, at least for the stream. So let's work on transitioning between scenes, because I think that's the next state that we really need to play with. I want to be able to track switching between scenes different than switching between combat. Because right now, when we transition, we only save the data. Where's the save call? This dungeon saving state only happens when transitioning to combat. But this probably should happen in both combat and when transitioning between zones. But we want to save and reset differently, I think. So I might actually, just for clarity, rename this to Save Dungeon State for Combat. Stupid cap locks. And then I might want a similar save for scene change. It's very wordy, but let's go with that. And for now, we'll make them identical. No, we don't save the player position, but we do want to save the state of the enemies as we switch. I'm going to want to reset some of their states back to like a base level, but we also don't want to enter combat. Transition manager, grab this name. Cool. Good. Now, how do we transition? There is a script we have that on Collider Enter we change spaces. Transition. This is all screen stuff. What are you? Oh, you're the actual physical transition, the fade to black. This is a transition point. Do we not have a prefab for it? Interesting. If we go back to the old sewer systems, is there... Transition between zones. This is the object I want. There isn't currently a prefab for it. It's also switched to 2D, so our eyes are less destroyed. So in order to transfer this between... I think I'll just do it this way. And then we'll just close this scene without... There's a way to remove this. There, remove. Okay. So now we have the transition point. Let's go back to 3D view. Oh, we're in space. Set that to 0, 0. Okay. Where is the player spawn? That's this one. So let's move this head a little bit so that you can walk backwards without, or you can spawn without immediately going back to the previous location. This isn't going to be a 2D collider anymore. This needs to be a cube collider? Box collider. And this box collider, this also needs to be zeroed out. 0, 0. Okay, good. And this is going to be 4 wide by 2 in the Z. That looks correct. It's covering a good amount of space. We'll raise up the height. Probably doesn't need to be that high. Okay, that'll work. And then this is now a box collider. So now this thing needs to listen for on trigger. There we go. That should be as simple as I need. Okay. Now how does this parameters work? There's also a spawn point. I think this spawn point might be, yeah, the same as this one. I think we can turn this one off, because I think this will become our new spawn point. And then, yeah, this is just a basic object. It doesn't really have a lot of data to it. We can make a prefab out of it. Looking for the dungeon section. So this is player prefabs. I'm going to create a new folder for prefabs, and we might move some of the player ones around later. So these are dungeon prefabs. We're going to make a transition point prefab. We're going to get rid of the jailbreak part. Okay, and then this thing just takes a scene name and the spawn entity ID, and those get passed into the transition between scenes call, which says this is the target screen, this is the scene, this is the target screen, and this is the spawn ID. Yeah, we keep the HUD up basically. And we're going to this scene with the spawn DID. Okay. That should honestly just function. So now we need to build a new scene. Okay. Let's copy this one, I guess. Control D to duplicate. Let's do gray box B. We're now in B. It looks identical because it's a copy. I actually think it's fine. I can rename things later. I think that this space might actually be the one I want to be B, but that's fine. No, it's not fine. Okay, so we're gonna change A because B is, I think, the final version of that. So I'm gonna come into here, and we are going to delete all the world geo, which deletes pretty much everything. There are a couple lights. We're going to delete the point lights and just keep the directional light for now. Keep the lighting the same between. Global volume honestly shouldn't be in here. It should be in the actual main scene. Although this doesn't look like it's doing anything. That might be deletable as well. We don't need this environment model. We don't need the prefab. This doesn't have any overrides, right? Nope, that's just a base enemy prefab, which we're now spawning, so we don't need that. Debug screenshot tool should honestly be in the base global as well. Where's my global scene? This guy? Do you not have the debug tool? Yeah, it's this should just be in the global scene and available for all. And then is there a global volume? Is this also only in this scene? We're going to start and fall into the abyss. That's fine. I'm looking to see if there's another one of these volumes. I thought everything was looking a bit bright. Okay, so this is the global volume, but at some point I toggled some stuff off that I really didn't want to. Okay, that should also be in the global scene though. Unless there's some reason it can't be. Remove. Okay. Go back to B. Okay, now I want to go back. Just going to keep a couple base objects to work with. Neat. Okay. And then this is going to start on the far side. So let's pull this in a bit. Just going to build out a little bit of a space here. I kind of don't love this cube. Let's replace the sewer water with a new one. Start with base. Okay, and then we'll have this copy the transform. Paste that in. We want to bring down the roof, and then we want to have the same vertex color on top, like so. Yep, that looks good. And now we can get rid of this old one, and then this one can take its place. And we're going to just start doing some pretty simple adjustments. Okay, extrude, pull that all the way out to there, extrude, pull that all the way to there, and then extrude again, and then extrude again, pull that all the way out, extrude, and then pull that out to there. Okay. We're just going to make this a simple, like, straightforward walk. And then for the wall, we're just going to duplicate this wall piece. Wrong button. It's going to be very similar in shape to the first one. But again, we're just trying to create kind of an in-between section here. And then I should be able to do the same, change to face, extrude. Cool. Crack Topcat with the redeem name generator. I don't think I can use that as a name. I'm gonna have to reject, but I appreciate. Here's your points back. Thanks for lurking. I don't think I can use that as a name. Oh, if I want to extend this out, then the space that I was trying to create isn't going to work. I think I can just do that for now. No, this doesn't work. Ah. Still not quite sure how to do some of these things. Like, I can do that. That doesn't really help me though. It doesn't matter. I think what I can do, it doesn't matter, but I'm also gonna just not, I'm gonna keep fussing with it. I think I can delete all the faces. I wish I knew a better way to deal with this. And then I can just go to edge select. Select the edges of this. And then fill hole. That causes some weirdness. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Okay, this is just a play space. We're just trying to play with transitions, so we just need another zone that is different from our base zone. It's like the OCD in me just won't let me just leave it. But we're gonna move on. Okay. Good enough. Okay, so then we can do this transition point. We can now duplicate. No, transition point, duplicate. And then this one, if we go to object select, can go on to the far end over here. And then this point can come this way so that it's flipped around in the other direction. And then the last thing we need here is I just need a duplicate one of these walls. And we just need to make some collision so that you can't walk off the edge, which is honestly more important than the water. So let's make this collision so that it's kind of this light green color. And then we're gonna grab some faces. We're gonna grab this one, pull it in to be all the same length, pull it down, and then we're just gonna wrap this whole space. Extrude, extrude, extrude. Oh, looks like I went too far. All right. Oh, I shift selected one of the faces, keeping it selected. Okay. And now that is wrapped in collision. Okay, cool. So we need, for the global scene checker, we need to have spawn points named, and we need to have a default one. So here, we're going to say our default spawn point is please let me select the thing. Thank you. Sewer A, entrance. We'll make that our default spawn point, and then we'll come over here and do the same thing on this side. And then we will do spawn point A, exit. Okay. And then, honestly, entrance doesn't even need to have a back for now. I would like to have a cutscene for this particular section where it's like, hey, you know, the character's like, we can't go back, we have to go forward. Yada, yada, yada. But if we hit play here, we are here. We need to vertex color. Okay. And then we need to come into this object and we need to define its transition information. So this isn't going to be going to Sewer Dungeon Tick 2. This is going to be going to... Select scene. Sewer Dungeon Gray Box B. Okay, and we're going to rename these transition points so it's a little easier to see what they are. Entrance. Exit. This is the scene we're going to. And then, what was this one called? I'm modifying the wrong one. Okay, and then we have to go back over to B. And we're going to want the information for this one. Transition point, we are going to be transitioning to this spot with this scene name. We're going to need to make sure that these scenes are added. So we have A, we need to add B, okay. And then that should work. These things need to be triggers. Cracktop Cat 13, what would you like to name Noir? What are you redeeming the name generation for? I need more context. Also, that didn't work. Interesting. Did we load into the next scene? We did load into the next scene. The character is in the correct position and the camera is facing the correct way. We did unload the old one. I'm going to guess it's because the enemy tracking entity is the same name. That shouldn't be a problem, but I bet you it is. It should be clearing it out and getting a new version of it when we switch between scenes. It's fair. It's fair, Cracktop. I'm processing. What do I... not on the name. I will think of the name and name something Noir at some point. But... I don't know... I don't know why it would be complaining. It's so what the explanation of what it's actually complaining about is that it is trying to access the enemy state manager even though it's been destroyed. Now, this is happening because we are trying to grab the enemy state manager here, but the entity manager probably hasn't had a chance to reset its entities, which does happen. There is a process entities call that happens where we kind of clear and find all the entities again, which should be happening on scene change. Okay, so we should be listening for Scene change. Transition manager calls that when the next scene is done. And then we should be initializing the dungeon. Interesting. Okay. So let's put some breakpoints in. Sadly, it's everyone's favorite time, debugging time. Let's figure out why that is the case. We're gonna debug, attach debugger, and we are going to check here when we are processing entities, which is going to be a lot. You know what, honestly, instead, let's do it on scene change. Scene change. And then inside of the transition manager, transition between zones, we'll put a breakpoint there when we actually trigger this. And then we will see a breakpoint here, and let's see a breakpoint here. Okay. And finally, I would like a breakpoint at the moment when we are calling this. All right. Something's wrong with our entity management system, which is kind of core to the entire game. So we're looking for the enemy manager. We find it on the first attempt. That makes sense. Here, we are transitioning to gray box A with a spawning entity of dungeon A exit, because we're leaving B and going to the exit one, so that's filled in correctly. We are transitioning. We are starting a coroutine to do the transition. We're swapping screens. That's fine. Now we wait for that to finish. We're triggering again. We're triggering again. That's probably not a big deal, because if I had to guess, we are probably already in a transition and it's going to fail. That is the case. So that's fine. We're waiting here for the transition to be complete, or the scene transition. So we've now faded to black. We are now not transitioning from combat, so we're going to go into here. And we are going to, from the entity, grab the enemy manager, which should still exist, and it does. And from that, we're going to get the states of the two enemies in level B. Then we're going to continue forward, and we are going to wait for our scene to load. So we're waiting for that scene to load. We finished loading the scene, and now we're going to trigger the entity update. So we're going to come in here, and we're going to go entity, 79 entities. We've got a lot of stuff that we're keeping track of in here. We're going to clear all of it. This is not super optimal. I would love to make my entity manager a lot cleaner in the future, but for the time being, it's kind of brute forcing its way through some stuff. And then it's going to go through and it's going to ask each entity that it finds with a name to initialize itself. At this point, have we unloaded the old scene? We have not unloaded the previous scene. This shouldn't be a wait. This should be checking to see if the async unload is complete, the same way we're doing up here. Can we reuse this operator? And I don't think we should be doing this until after. I feel like this might be a problem, but let's find out. Because what's happening is we haven't unloaded the last scene, so it's grabbing the enemy entity that is the enemy manager from B, even though we're about to delete it. And then in the next step, when we try and grab the entity manager, it's gone, and it's complaining because it's been removed. That does it. Aha, but there are 2 enemies. Okay. And that makes sense. We didn't delete one of them, I think. So, let's go to... Sewer A, save Sewer B. Oh, gray box. And we don't need one of these enemies now, so we can delete this enemy spawn. And we can also delete path 2 from this scene. Okay, so there should be 1 enemy. And if we start this one, we should start at the beginning near the entrance, because that's what we told it to use. We walk through this space. Need to bake the AI animate or AI navigation so that it knows how to move around the environment. AI is still doing something odd. Why are you confused in this scene but fine in the other scene? You are currently in what state? Did we hit an error? We did hit an error. Object not reference set to an instance. That all seems fine. What are you complaining about? Huh. Alright, let's turn on the background music as we kind of look through the code here. Hello, Lifted DC5 in Twitch chat saying, glad I caught one of the dev streams, super interesting stuff. I'm glad to hear it. I often feel like I'm rambling and going into some pretty complicated topics and just kind of working through it, and I'm not sure if it's easy to follow, but I don't know. I still enjoy streaming, even if it's whatever this is. Okay, so it's complaining here that it specifically in here about a null reference, which has to be this object. And it's not a transition problem because we're just loading into this scene directly. So why, good friend, are you having these difficulties? Might have to put some breakpoints in here. Well, we already have a breakpoint. Might have to attach the debugger and try and get more information because I'm not seeing it just from looking. Sometimes I can spot stuff just from like analyzing the code, but like not today. So what exactly is null and why? Okay, so we're coming in here. No IntelliSense information? Add watch? Not in scope. Interesting. Interesting that we're not getting any data. Try again. Nothing. It is not telling me. I can see the type. I can see that we're trying to find an enemy manager, but it is not telling me what it found from the enemy manager or any data about it, which is odd. that should be finding this object. Oh, that's why. Got it. Cool. Thank you. What is the beast state machine? Is that generated? Is anything using this? Why is it empty? Oh, it's generated on initialization. Okay. So this can be hide in inspector so that it doesn't confuse me in the future. And then it won't appear here. Okay, cool. Lift DC says, I'm in software development, so I follow pretty well. Honestly, I feel you explain it, what you're doing so well, most people should be able to follow. That's fair. It's hard to know what you don't know, though, right? Like, it's hard to figure out, like, what level I'm explaining at. I try and do a full breakdown, but it's hard to know at what level or detail I need to go to sometimes. And again, this isn't a tutorial stream. I've said this a number of times, but it's really just streaming my game development. I don't really want to spend too much time breaking down everything and tutorializing every single class or feature or state machine that I'm working with. But I do want to kind of talk through some stuff as I'm working it through, because honestly, it helps me. It helps me stay focused, and it helps me like figure out problems. But not this one. Okay, it's still not showing me any IntelliSense for some reason, but it is no longer breaking. And without the break, it's now operating correctly. Okay, so the enemy's working. The issue was that there was an empty value in here, which I suppose realistically I should probably make some sort of like... we can stop debugging now. I could make some sort of error checking for that to make sure that the values are correct. Oh, that's neat. The tone mapping from the double music. The tone mapping from the global URP render pipeline stuff, basically kind of shifting all the colors, looks really weird and awful. Well, maybe not awful, but it darkens these guys in a way that I was not expecting. Okay, so end the battle. Null reference. That makes sense. Okay, so we added the saving between scene change and we kept that for when we go into combat, but I had not considered that when we're leaving combat, that's technically also transitioning out of combat. So there's no dungeon state to save. So there's still an issue here. I mean, the most straightforward would be to say that we're not in a dungeon. I assume that we're not initialized at this point. Does this get set back to false at any point? When we start it? What is this used for? Validating that we've initialized the dungeon. I think there's a case to be made that when we transition and save our state for entering battle, that we say the dungeon is no longer initialized because we are going to combat. And if we're going into combat, like we are no longer in a dungeon. I think that's a fair case to be made. And then if that's true, then we can check in here and validate if we're doing a scene change that we are in an initialized dungeon. Or more accurately, I'm going to fix it above in a second. If we're not in an initialized dungeon, we return. We don't execute any code. Smells a little funky, but probably fine. Sweet. All right, cool. So then get into battle. Wait for our turn so that we can have priority to end the battle immediately. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I got overlapping music again. I want to find a way to like keep those together. Okay, cool. And we got out. Nice. So now we're invincible for a few frames, even though we technically won. I'll figure out a way to solve that later. And we can't transition. I'm assuming I forgot to set this one to be a trigger. Tile collider is trigger. And then this one technically should be that as well, although we've turned off the actual collider itself. All right, let's see if we can dash past this enemy and skip him. I don't know if there's the right pathing. He's going to go up first. No, he's going to go down. Okay, so then we can... Ha! And then we walk up here. We transition to the next zone. Is this our first time trying to transition to this zone? It looks like it's basically just a simple problem that the spawn entity we're looking for came back as not found. So what is the information there? We're trying to get to Dungeon B on Sewer Dungeon B entrance. And if we go to Gray Box B spawn point, we never updated this value. Okay, cool. One more time from the top. Ah, no, leave me alone. Stupid view angles. All right, good. We're here. Also want to play with the characters facing when we're switching between zones. We probably want to have spawn points have recommended things. I also kind of would love, I can walk away after we've triggered the on collide. I would love if maybe I had some sort of like, this is we set up the invincibility state. This is exactly why I set up the player state machine, is that there's going to be times where I'm going to want to take control away from the player, and I want to take away all of the movement control right now that's happening in that kind of sub movement controller and put it into a state so that I can switch out from the player control state to like a cutscene walk state where the character just like when you start walking and hit this collider, they stop moving or something, or they continue walking but it fades faster, so that you don't see that they're walking into nothingness. Or honestly, we could even turn off the rigid collider in that state and then have it so that they just walk into the void. That might look weird though. There's things that we can do from a design perspective, but the big thing is having that player state system set up so that we can easily toggle between. This is working. How's our performance holding up as we switch between scenes? 240. We do drop, but I mean, to what, like 190, 160 frames per second? That's still, that's fine. There's like one tick there where we're at like 170 as we load in all the enemies and the player. Well, to be fair, we're only loading in one enemy, so correlation wise, that's 190. That's 160, so each enemy is an extra 30 frames per second. I mean, if we add enough enemies, I'm sure that'll actually probably tank, so there's something to do there. Although, it's all happening on a fade to black, so if the frame rate is pretty awful while we're faded to black, I mean, you're just going to get a little bit of a longer load. Okay, that's fine. Just validating that. Cool. Next thing, we're currently saving the position of things as we switch between scenes, right? So if we drag this guy... Okay, come on, this way. If we drag him over to there and then switch, when we go back, he should be... Yeah, he's starting here. So this is the next thing I have on my notes for today that I want to fix. I would like it that if you switch between zones, we don't save their position. we or more accurately, we need to reset any saved positions they have back to their original homes. I don't know how to do that. Let's figure it out. We're currently on scene change. Setting set enemy state is being called. And set enemy state is basically going through and grabbing the current position and setting it. This is based off of this. All right, quick refactor. Extract method. Get enemy state. That's what this is doing. If that's what this is doing, why are we not just doing the same call here? What makes this different? Because set is also defining and initializing if it needs to. Okay. Set and retrieve enemy state. Okay, and then reset is instead going to do set position to, and we're going to want to get whatever the default spot is. So how do we normally define our default position? We have a set saved position. Where does this get used? Here. It's path index 0, basically. So we can do that. We can do a... I need to clean up the beast state machine. It's getting a bit muddy, but for the time being, let's do vector 3 get initial spawn point. And that can just return 0 index. And then when we switch between scenes, instead of doing state machine get the current position of the object, basically, we can do get the initial spot and set that as our position instead. And then inside of sorry, lost my spot. Inside of here, instead of calling set enemy state, we're going to reset enemy state. There is a question of, do we want to do like enemy state dot defeated equals false for all enemies? But that's a design question, but we should be able to do that. I want to test it, and then we can leave it on or off. It doesn't really matter. What are your complaints? I didn't save all the files. That's your complaint. It's like, I know I wrote my code well. My code works. Compile. It works if I save. It works if I save. Sweet. Cool. And then moving forward. So let's get into a battle. What state did I leave us in? Turn off that music. Okay, we're currently not resetting the enemy, so we're just validating base state at this point. So we should expect that the enemy stays defeated in this version. Poop. So the enemy's defeated. Do a little sprinty dash. Get to the next zone. Enemy does not stay defeated. Okay, I'm glad I started with this version to validate that things were dying. I thought that should work, but it does not. I meant retrieve here. This is not the problem, but... It's a weird function name. I want to come up with something better. This is just grabbing it, and it doesn't, like, stomp it. It tries to get the value out, and if it doesn't, then it sets it and adds it to the enemy state list. And then it tries to get the entity based on ID. Yeah, we're checking versus the current scene too. So whatever the current scene name is, which should be... It is being set on initialize, but it's being set after we've done all the other work. We need to set the scene name first. Otherwise, it's not going to get the correct data. And the reason this isn't causing errors is that I'm giving my enemies the same names between scenes. Every enemy is... there's always an enemy tracker, which is enemy manager, and there's always an enemy.spawn that adds the sibling index to its index ID. So when we hit play, this becomes enemy.0, and there will be an enemy.0 in the other scene. So I think what was happening is because we're doing this current scene name at the end of the dungeon initialization instead of at the beginning, we're actually checking the data for the next enemy in whatever, or the enemy for the scene that we were leaving, not the one that we're entering into. And now he remains dead. Now, also, just to be validating, this guy's alive, right? He is. Awesome. Sweet. So now that we've validated that it is saving correctly, let's go into the... commented code here, and let's try setting defeated to false. This should now give us the behavior that when we defeat an enemy, if we switch scenes, that enemy comes back. Which again, I don't know which one I want, but it's fine. As long as it works, it works. I believe that you can do this, Unity. Hit run. Walk up. Get into a battle. Get punched. Exit that battle. The enemy is dead. But now, because of that reset function, when we come back, the enemy's still dead. Okay, well, listen. Can't all be winners. Why? At very least, this should be an easy thing to test. The current scene name hasn't changed, or at least it shouldn't have. Okay. Attach to Unity Debugger. Get more data. Let's find out what's happening. So we're transitioning between scenes. This is all our previous breakpoints. We don't need these. Processing entities. We're not resetting. Why are we not resetting? We're resetting here. Setting 2, there's 2 breakpoints because there's 2 enemies in the other scene. But when we walk through here... Excuse me? Is it because it's dead, therefore it can't find it? Oh, that makes sense. Oh, that's a silly thing. It didn't spawn it. After the battle, we come back and the beast state machine is 0. And we need the beast state machine to get the initial spawn point. So we can't reset a dead enemy because we don't have a dead enemy spawned, and we need the enemy to be alive in order for us to reset it. Fascinating. Okay. This is solvable. The main thing is we just need to not need the state machine. Which we don't fully need. No, we don't. Okay, so for resetting, instead of using the state machine, we need to use the enemy spawners instead. And so this is going to be enemy spawner, dungeon enemy spawner, and for clarity, we're going to rename the variable as well. We're going to pass that into the reset state, and the reset state is going to use this. Dungeon enemy spawner. Come on. And dungeon enemy spawner has access to the patrol path, which we set to the beast state machine, but we have the base one that it should be using. And from this, we should be able to get path and then get index 0. It's not nearly as clean looking, but that should work. And then we can come into here and we can remove the function we created. Clean up after ourselves, get rid of those empty references. Make sure dead code gets removed and doesn't end up stinking up the place. So now we're good here, and this should function. Because even though there isn't an enemy, a beast state machine spawned, there is an enemy spawner. I also need to consolidate whether I want to use the word beast or enemy and rename a bunch of stuff, but it's fine. The reason I was trying to avoid enemy in the reason I named it the beast state machine is simply that I have a bunch of things called enemy in the combat system, so I didn't want to have to put dungeon enemy in front of everything for clarity. So just coming up with a different word felt better. So the hashtag should, yeah, okay. So this comes from the beast state machine gets this value from the enemy spawner as well. We just need to grab it from the entity, which is referenced by the spawner. Okay, so we have all the data. We have everything we need. So this should now function. I actually really thought this specific test of seeing an enemy respawn was going to be a real quick, yeah, there it works. But the fact that there was a couple of these gotchas here actually makes me really happy I tested it. Again, it's functionality I don't know if I want, but while it's fresh in my mind, I'm glad I figured this out instead of coming back to this a few weeks ago or a few weeks from now and being I really want enemies to come back, and then just being why doesn't this work? Would have taken way longer. Okay, yeah, he respawns now. It also feels like the invincibility frames last in between transitioning zones, which is a weird bug that I would like to also squash while we're here. So when we switch scenes, how are we deciding if we're invincible? If we've entered battle. Entered battle is true. Oh, we just never set it to false? That makes sense. That's an easy mistake to make. Yeah, no, that seems legit. So after we initialize a dungeon, we are no longer in battle. Is a fair statement to make. Although that means that we're going to be in an issue where we're still going to be invincible when we transition. So if we're initializing the dungeon, we're no longer... Well, no, because... No, this is correct. So the thing that's confusing me about this, which is really weird, is I'm thinking about how in the... Like when we transition scenes, we want it to be false before we spawn the player, but technically after the battle, we have already at this point when we leave the battle, oh, they're all gonna go before I get a chance. Okay, at this point we've already exited the battle and respawned the player and set combat to false. So here we're no longer invincible. Okay. So it's okay to set it after the first time through because we want it to be true for the first time we load the player, which is after the battle. And then it'll be false for the next time we load the player, which is when we're transitioning between scenes. That one I don't think I made clear, but that's a complicated topic. Cool. So now let's go back to my notes. We have, I believe, achieved on scene change, load enemies spawned at base spawn if not defeated. Yep. Okay, that is functional. And I believe that is enemy state management complete. There's a general cleanup pass I would like to do now that we've kind of got everything functioning and some of the stuff is just a little muddy, but enemies are spawning on spawn points. They remember whether or not they've been defeated in battle. We can control whether or not they get reset between scene changes. They also... It's just all working. Yeah. Yeah, because the main last point here is just keeping their tracks between battle and dungeon scene changes. The only other thing that I might want is we might want something where, like, if you play through a dungeon, the enemies don't respawn as you're moving through that dungeon, but if you ever leave that dungeon and come back in, maybe all the enemies respawn, and that's like another state that we would need to know about and track, but I'm currently working on a dungeon. We can figure out the in-between multiple dungeon state management stuff when we get there. So, cool. That's functional. Next problems. It is either we've got combat scene 3D refactor, which just means rebuild to be 3D instead of 2D. We've got dungeon state management for items, and then we've got dungeon state management for puzzles and interactables. So like opening a bridge or causing a drawbridge to come down or opening a door or something, just keeping track of that in between scene changes. And then we've got cutscene 3D refactor, which is less important, I think, for the time being. I think it's probably just sticking with these two for the time being. The item one should be pretty straightforward. Let's take a stab at that. It should just be honestly copying all the stuff that we did for the enemies. Let's switch to Dungeon B. Okay, so I have a couple treasure chests here that I want to spawn in. And so we have this enemy tracker, which it has like a dungeon enemy manager, has this entity so that the dungeon state management system can find it, and it has a couple of the spawners which give some details about the object we're going to load and some data to pass into that object we're loading. So I think I want to do the same thing for items, almost exactly, and then probably the exact same logic inside of tracking as well. Just no resetting. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. So we're going to want to duplicate enemy manager. We're going to make an item manager. Missing an M. Copy the name. Okay, and then we're going to need to do the same thing for the spawner. So we're going to duplicate this spawner. Item. Let's change up the background music again. We're on to a new task. On an adventure, maybe even. Perhaps we will find victory. Only time will tell. Again, Pan-Man music on the Unity Asset Store. Fantastic RPG music. Probably the primary source I'm going to use for a lot of my stuff. I've been listening to a lot of it, just even in between streams. Just, it is the good stuff. Really encapsulates, I feel like, the type of sense of adventure that I want for my JRPG. Cool. Plug complete. If I'm going to use the music in stream, I feel like I should be plugging it as much as I can. Okay, so we've got item spawners. We also probably want to keep track of some sort of state machine for the item, but I doubt it's going to need to be a full-on, like, management system. Like, this thing's pretty complicated. How loud is this one? This one feels a bit louder. It's the same volume levels. Oh, it gets a little bit. I'm going to drop it down just a tad. There we go. It's more upbeat than some of the chiller ones. Cool. So then here we go with renaming this. Item spawners. The spawner has information about the prefab it's going to spawn, and it probably also needs the item that it's going to spawn, which is probably going to be a string ID for now. Item ID. It's not going to patrol. I don't think it needs an entity. If we need it, we'll bring it back. Cool, and I don't know what this replacement is. For now, we will comment you out. So let's build this. So we're going to need to have a create empty item tracker, and then duplicate this. This becomes a item spawn 0. This is going to have a item. Interesting. I don't remember writing the unique ID thing. Curious what that is. Interact item is also the old version. It's probably the prefab we'll be spawning. I was just curious what this thing is. Oh, Sneaky wrote some of this. That's why. I see, I see. And this is handling some of the item tracking already. I don't think it goes anywhere. There's like collected items. Okay, so these functions already exist. Fantastic. This just isn't being saved or loaded anywhere. This might have already be built. So why is this showing an entity? Ah, because there's an error. Doesn't like hide an inspector without the other piece. Got it. Cool. So we're going to be spawning a object, and it looks like it needs a granted item ID. Oh, that's why it needs the entity. Figured it out. So, the system that's in place currently, which generates a unique ID for each item, is useful, but I'm kind of hacking my way around that, to be honest. And I don't think I need that behavior of that level of complexity with the way that I'm currently arranging things. So what I'm doing, instead of having a unique ID, instead I'm having each set of items handled by the dungeon. So each dungeon scene is an ID in a dictionary, and that dictionary has another dictionary of the ID names. So you can actually have things that are with the same name, as long as they're in different dungeons. So I don't need a unique identifier that is like a GUID level of like specificity. I just need a generic name that is going to be unique within each dungeon space. So this is going to be item something something. What was the what did I use here? Base beast. We can do base item. Keep that naming convention somewhat similar. The next question is, what is the unique identifier? What is this value? Is this from Game Foundation stuff? It's probably the key value, which is coming in through some spreadsheet importation stuff, which I have not looked at in about a year and a half, probably. I wrote all the item stuff a long time ago, and then it's just been a whole bunch of other things we've had to deal with. It's all coming together. Like, chat, I don't know, man. Like, I haven't, like, listen, I haven't really spoken on this, but I'm very excited because, like, we are very close. There are, like, all these systems, combat, UI, item inventory systems. Like, there's all of these aspects that I've been working on for like 2.5 years, and I feel like we are this close to having it all interconnected in a way that is like really satisfying. We're gonna need an item. Is there already an item prefab that I can look at as a base? Item. What are you? What are you? Are you some screen prefabbing I did at some point to keep track of stuff? It looks that way. Items. This is an item button. This is a use button ability. There's definitely an interactable. Show me all my prefabs. You're telling me I don't have a single item in existence. Okay, we can come at this from a different angle. Let's save our current scene with the work we've been doing, and let's go see if we can find an item in one of our old scenes. Select scene. Let's go to Sewer Dungeon A, go into 2D mode, because this is the old-timey space. These are items. I just never prefabbed this. Oh, all of the IDs got broken. Okay. So this isn't helpful then. Okay. That's fine. We can figure it out. We can figure it out by some trial and error to figure out what the proper ID should be. Out of 2D mode, back to 3D space. Item spawner. So we don't need interactable on this. Realistically, this will be the prefab, this prism. So we can pull this guy out and we can create empty parent, item, and then item. Can we not have some crazy... Copy component, paste values, place prism under that. Nice. Okay. And so this will be an interactive or an item, interactable item. And then we will add this to the prefab folder under dungeons. And we're going to give it an addressable name. This was, yeah, okay. So this is going to be base item. Right, we named that earlier. Okay. And then in here, we need the item ID, which we're going to just take a stab at and see if we get it right. I'm going to guess it's probably healing 1 will give us a potion. Okay. So that's a dungeon spawner. We need to add the item dungeon item manager, which will take 1 spawner. This spawner we will give a yellow name. This should have no data. Oh, it's just really far away. Cool, and that's the spot where we want it to spawn. So now, where do we go from here? We have the item tracker, we have the item, we have a prefab that we want to load. I think... Turn that off for now. I think we now dive into the code. Dun -dun. Dungeon State Manager. Where are we loading the enemy? Right here. So we're going to do the exact same logic that we're doing for the enemy with the items. So we're going to come in here, and we're, instead of going to get a dungeon enemy manager, we're going to get an item. Dungeon item manager. We're going to grab a component. We need to have an ID for that object, which is a constant. We will call it item manager. We will call this the item manager entity ID. Boom, 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 boom. Item spawners. These need to be item spawners. Rename this. like so. Now, we're probably going to want to get the state. We're probably going to want to do all of this the exact same way. We can start by ignoring the state management stuff, and we can just focus on the spawning logic. And honestly, I would love to just start by seeing the object up here. Add a debug for item. Whoa, I hit some hotkeys by mistake. Item spawned. Yeah, this should work. Only thing we need to make sure we do before we run is actually give the tracker the correct entity ID. I believe we can do this. Most of the code was already done. All right. We should see a wheel of cheese. And we do. Item clone. There it is. Okay, so we are now tracking items. And in fact, just to validate that that is working, we can make another item, move it over to, say, back there. Rename it item spawn 1, and then we can hit play. Pick up a controller so I can sprint. And we should see another wheel of cheese. We don't see a second wheel of cheese. Why don't we see? Oh, because I didn't add it. So this is causing bugs. I shouldn't have to manage this list. I'm going to change that, but not right now. I think I'm going to actually have it like search for the items beneath it, like go through all of its children, because the fact that I have to keep managing that is going to get on my nerves, especially because we saw some bugs earlier where I removed one but did not remove it from the list. That one did not spawn. Why did that not spawn? I could see that there was 2 items in the scene. They're both in the same spot. Because we're not doing any kind of positional data. The only reason it looked like we were doing positional data was just because that's where the prefab's default position exists. We need to do something here. So we can do object interactable item. We can do dot transform dot position is equal to dungeon spawner dot transform dot position, so it spawns in the same spot. That seems reasonable. And we can also do interactable item ID. Grant item ID is equal to spawner dot ID. Okay. That should initialize the object with the information we need. We do have to re-enter this value because we changed the name of the object, or the name of the parameter, and Unity doesn't like that. It's now a new object, so it clears the field. Well, it doesn't clear the field. Really, it deletes the old field and adds a new field, and the new field doesn't have any entry, and the old field is gone, so its entry is obviously gone with it. So we should have the wheel of cheese now in the upper corridor, and we do. Orientation might be something we also want us to apply, but like essentially use the rotation of the spawner when spawning our new object. And then the cloned items have healing 1 as the value. Okay, they'll also need to have that unique ID passed over. We're gonna change the way that works though. I can't keep in tune. It's too quick. I'm also tone deaf. Well, I don't know if that's true. Feels that way sometimes though. Okay. We need to have a unique ID. And that unique ID is a GUID, or is it an int? It is a string. We're going to change it to an int. Entity.id. Cool. So although this collected item stuff is already here, I'm probably just going to scrap most of it just for the simplicity that it's more easy to copy the enemy stuff that I've already done, which is done differently, than to use the existing collected item. That being said, I'm realizing there might be a better way to do this. Instead of having a dictionary within a dictionary, I could just combine the scene name and the item ID and then hash those two together to get a unique identifier, and then I would only need one dictionary of states. Might be better. I'll think on it. Okay, so here we're now spawning the item. We're giving it a unique identifier. We would need to check whether or not that item has been collected, and if so, continue. That would all be up there. Do we need to keep track of the state machine? Why does this guy keep track of the beast states? So that we can on save track some data about that enemy. So this is important that we have the list of state machines for the dungeon enemy manager, because we want to keep track of the actual enemy, and the enemy might be in different states. It might be moved to different parts of the world. Like there's data that we might want, like what is its facing, for example. We actually don't care that much about the item. The item, we mostly just want to care whether or not it's been collected or not. And the item can inform us of that. When we do an interact to get the item can communicate and tell us that we've been collected. And then we can update that identifier to say it's been collected. So I don't actually think we need to maintain a list of state machines in the same way. So this is actually a lot simpler. Okay. Okay. I don't even think that the item states needs to have any more data other than if it's collected or not, at least for the time being. We could always reevaluate this at a later point. But I think it just needs a, is it collected or not? Okay. So then let's grab the functions we have down here for checking. We are starting to get into a lot of copy and paste territory, which makes me think we might want to break some of this functionality out into some other classes. But let's keep building and see where we end up, and then we can think about refactoring into some sort of genericized, templatized system at a later point. Get item state. This will get back... I think it's just a bool. I could... Sorry, big sigh. Even though we don't need something this complicated, it might still be worthwhile just setting up a item state. That way, if we want to expand beyond just a simple bool at some point later in the future, I don't need this constructor. Oh god. Actually, I don't know. I'm going to leave it there for now. Okay. Just renaming everything to item, basically. That looks good. And legitimately, what if we just did control... Replace match case enemy with item. Where is current selection? Why is it not giving me current selection? No? Fine. Be that way. Trying to be fast about things, and it's just like, nope, not gonna happen. Okay, now here we're gonna rename all the lowercase to lowercase. Mass renames all over the place. We probably won't need a reset item state, to be honest. It's a pretty unique thing that's more so for... Yeah, this whole function can go. If we need it, we'll bring it back. Okay. So many pieces to the puzzles. This would be so much easier if it would have let me just like do a mass replace. Okay. That seems good. Not quite. Okay. Now that seems good. All right, so now that we've got this functional, okay, where do we go from here? Why does this one have a get function again? There's a reason for it. Okay. So now when we collect an item, we give it an ID. We checks if we add the item, otherwise we set the true. I think this collect item call becomes this call. And then all of this goes away. And then is item collected I think becomes get item state. Yeah, it does. Okay. So I think we can remove some of this stuff. So collect item is probably fine. It encapsulates some stuff, but is item collected is debatable. I'm going to leave it here for a second, but I'm going to just head back up and I'm going to see if we do just grab this section here and bring it down to this section. And then rename this to found item state. And then this becomes a get item state here. This is dungeon spawner dot entity. This is getting out the item state. And this is just checking to see if it's collected. And if we found it and we're collected, we hit continue. That should actually be up here. I pasted it one function set too low. Or one scope too low, I guess is a better way to say that. Okay, so found item state. If found item state is true and it's collected, we just continue, we don't spawn it. Otherwise, we spawn the object and set it up. I don't think we need any of this. And I think that's functional. I think that's functional. We'll probably not need this now. And then this is more just that it's a public function. Everything else here is private. Did we end up using all of this? Yeah. This function feels a bit redundant now that we have there's no reset. The reason we created this for the enemy was that we had two different functions we had to grab or set the state in, but not really necessary here. In terms of remembering things. When we enter into combat, we do a bunch of set states. Again, this shouldn't be necessary. We only do this at like transition time because we need to grab whatever state the enemy's currently in. But because the items will just tell us when they get collected, we don't need to constantly be queuing or checking as we change zones. They just are. Okay. So I think that's all the code we need. So then if we go look here, this doesn't need this anymore. This is no longer a check in this regard. We're now spawning it or not spawning it, not just having it placed in the world. Which is maybe debatable. We could just place it. Collect sequence is still fine. I assume there's somewhere here where we're doing dungeon, state manager, collect item with unique ID. Yep, okay. Which gets set here, okay. Because this is an integer and not something that's readable, we're going to just hide and inspector this. We're going to put it in here, down a level, just because that's the way I like to organize things a little bit more. So the next question is collecting it, which we do have to fix because this is all based off of old on 2D collision. But for the most part, this doesn't actually do any of the collision. It is running a bunch of sequence stuff, which is a little scary. I don't know if that's going to hold up when we switch to 3D, but we can certainly find out. Okay. Well then. Let's see if we can pick this thing up. So this thing just gets called, just has this interact call. Where is this coming from? This is coming from current interactable target. There's an interact detector, and this detector I believe is on the player character, and it's checking trigger collision. So this needs to be not 2D. This was a very simple change for getting the transition working. Hopefully it's the same thing here. Not quite. Interesting. The 2D version has this is touching layers function, which I guess is telling us which layers it's interacting with. But Collider doesn't have a similar function. Checking the documentation. Yeah, it does not. We should still be able to get some sort of information. The game object. Interesting. There is some documentation for it. Compare tag. I don't think I want to compare tag though. I want to compare layer. Interesting. Check if object is in layer. This is the syntax. It's just an equals equals on the objects layer. Cool. So that should be refactored now. I'm not 100% sure this math is going to work. Okay. That might be converted to 3D now. The main thing was just figuring out the syntax of how to check the layer if it's an interactable. Which I assume that this should be set up. Oh no, I didn't set that up. Well, it doesn't even have collision. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna add... Oh, it does have collision as a mesh collider. Okay, let's add a box collider to this. That looks right. 0.5. That looks right. 0.5. That looks right. Okay, cool. And then from there, we can go 2 and 2. We actually don't need height. 2.5 by 2.5 feels right. We can make this a trigger. So if we get within range of this object, and then this has to be of the type layer interactable. No, only this object. And then we're gonna apply all of those modifications to the prefab. We'll turn it back off again. Should spawn with that information now. The next question is, well, you know what? Before we dig into other questions, let's just see if it works, because there's a possibility that what we've converted will just function. We've been streaming for 4 hours? No. Yes? Yes. Jeez. Okay. After this is functional, probably call it here. We can probably just remove that button entirely now. Unassigned reference. Honestly, not the worst result. What did we forget to assign? Inside of the... We don't have a transform set on something. Interesting. Which player position is this supposed to be? this is going to be the primary. I'm pretty positive. I'm pretty sure that can be just converted. Why is that not just itself? Why is it not just doing this dot transform? Why did I make that call? Looking for the player, should be a bit higher. I believe this value should just be this. Should just be itself. We're gonna find out. Okay, so the directional math is a bit broken, it looks like. So checking whether or not we're facing the object isn't working correctly, which is what some of that... I basically want to make sure you're not like standing like this and collecting an object. I want to make sure you're looking at it. So that directional math isn't working correctly. But if we actually find the angle and hit A on this... the object is set up differently. So it doesn't need this. It probably just needs that now. It looks like I am interacting with it. So I should be creating. Let's just add a little bit of a debug log here. Interact with item, needs string, needs to be a string. Okay, and then run sequence collect item. It's doing a bunch of stuff to actually do the actual collection. Setting some values and then running the sequence and setting the object to false. And this should be setting it collected here. Okay. So I think the sequence to actually like, there's like a sequence that's supposed to play that shows you like celebrating, collecting, and showing the item you got with the name of it. That doesn't look to be working, but that's fine. I wasn't necessarily expecting that to work. It's probably going to need some conversion to 3D. Yeah, the UI is broken because it's expecting you to get into that state. Okay. But we are interacting and collecting the item, and then the next thing to see would be if we switch scenes, that item should remain collected, I believe. Interesting. That makes sense in some regards, but also not in others. Essentially, it couldn't find the dungeons. It couldn't find the dungeon state machine, and so it broke. I think it's a bad assumption that there is always a dungeon or a dungeon item manager. I think it's also probably a bad assumption that there's always an enemy one as well. You could have areas where there just aren't enemies. Now that being said, I could add objects to those scenes that are just the object that is empty, but could also just put a thing around it that says, hey, we don't care. Okay, let's try this again. So we pick up this item because we're more concerned about the state management system than like the actual like effects of picking up the item. I can solve that later. That's going to require probably some more complicated digging into some old systems that just haven't been looked at in a while. Yeah, okay. That looks like the item was collected. And we only saw one item spawn debug message. Yeah, something is failing on the animator. But it's only a warning. Interesting. Okay. Cool. It's been 4 hours. I'm gonna keep going, to be honest, but I'm gonna stop streaming. I'm gonna keep coding, but I think I'm burnt out. Voice is getting a little crackly. What did we do there? We created item spawners, we created an item manager, we have spawning items, and we're tracking whether or not that item has been spawned. That took like basically no time because it was essentially copying and pasting all the enemy stuff. So next things I'm going to look at is, and probably off stream to be honest, is we're going to take a look at the interactables. So the idea of like changing the state of the environment. Like I kind of want to have, and I talked about this way earlier in the stream, having, there's a bridge over here that I'm interested in having. You're gonna, oh, okay. I just wanted to show a thing. Oh wow, that broke too. Neat. All the bugs. So I got bugs to fix, obviously, but also I want to try and have this bridge start off and then have like an interactable over here that you like touch and then the bridge forms or builds. Yeah. But I think I need to track whether or not the bridge has been created. So I need to do a similar kind of state tracking system for interactables and puzzle pieces. And then it's probably these two, which are going to be less straightforward and more exploration based as I try and figure out. Well, this one's probably straightforward. Converting the cutscene should hopefully just be making the environment 3D and making all of the sequences work, which I'll get a touch of when I try and get the item sequence up and running, but that's that. And then the combat one, I don't know. I actually kind of think I might want to do something where the combat is actually like not in this flat 2D form, but maybe do something more like a Star Ocean or something where the sprites are like billboarded and the environment is actually shown to be 3D with some dynamic camera movements, just to kind of change things up. I don't know, might be a bad idea, but I want to explore it at the very least. Yeah, skill ups don't go away. So I think the problem there is you can hit A before the skill up animation sequence is done. You shouldn't be able to leave that section until the animation is fully complete. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to have you stuck there. It's also pretty short, though. It's a pretty quick anime. Whatever. So that's going to leave it here. Still more things to do, but getting close to having something that's, like, playable. Like, that I should be able to go all the way through and gain experience. And didn't even do it today, but, like, we also have, like, the menus and stuff that we can open and go in here and, like, upgrade our skills and change our stats and stuff. Like, there's a bunch of stuff in here. Is this broken? Oh no, it has a cost of 10. Right. That could be bigger. All this UI could use another pass too. Anyways, that's gonna be it for me. Thanks for those of you who hung out today. Appreciate the lurkers and the chatters. Probably be around with more game dev in the next little bit here. No idea when. Maybe tomorrow, maybe a weekend, maybe a month from now. Who knows? Keep an eye on Discord if you want to have exact like knowing when, because I usually post there. But for now though,